we're going for expert. I will put the game audio on any second now. Press any button to start. It's looking good. Right, let me see if I can get the game audio sorted. Hello. Hello. Right, let me just... Alright, it's... Oh, machine's running a bit hiccupy. Right. Bear with me, everybody. You see, I was going to wait for a little bit later to do live stream this. However, Simon Hodge, you're a technical issue. Yes, Smudge. However, in the streaming software, you have to set it up a certain way. So let's see if we can get this working. Right. See, we have to dance along with these things. And it might be the case that we have to go into here. Why are we going to have a blank screen every time we do something? And we may have to change sound settings in here and tell it where to go, yeah. So, is there any in-game music? Get rid of that so we don't get any slap on the wrist from YouTube. Right, I can't see any settings there. Right, we may have an issue like we did with... If you remember, we had a problem with Rain Sport getting the audio working. However, we will click through this bit and worry about the audio in a minute. Wow, there's so many things running regarding the Mans Ultimate. However, what do we think? We've got a really long list there. We'll try that one and see if that works. Right. Let me say hello to Discord and we'll get going. Hello Darren. Hello Smudge. How are we doing? I'm alright. Right. I'll catch you guys in a second. Right, let's see what we've got here then. Gameplay. Racing line off. Yeah, we don't want that. Auto clutch we'll leave on for now. We don't want steering help. Don't want opposite lock. We don't want any braking help. We don't want any stability control, spin recovery. None of that. Invulnerability on. Yeah, we better have that for now. Auto shifting. No, we don't want that. Auto blip, auto lift. Auto blip we'll leave on. Hold brakes on the line, I presume that is. Hold the clutch on the line, I presume that is. Auto start the engine, yes please. So it's feeling quite slick actually at the moment. I quite like this menu. Everything's kind of where you want it. Auto headlights, yeah, we'll have that. AI strength set at 100, aggression at 50%, AI limiter at 5%. I wonder what that is. Performance range closer. Oh, that's good. I like that. Instant replay. What we got there? All right. Controls. Wheels and pedals. Let's see. Right, okay, so it looks like it's auto picked it all up. Or just... Yeah, so everything seems to have picked up. That's a nice thing that's happened there. Change driving camera, B9 now. I think we'll throw in an extra one. No, it's not going to let it do it. MFDs, we'll worry about that later. Car controls. Right, I would guess that we're pretty close to running straight into a game here. Calibrate. Let's have a look here. Yeah, we've got calibration. We've got throttle, got brake, clutch. Well, that was nice. That was nice to nice to see it run straight into that. Force feedback. Oh, hello. We've got some settings. Force feedback effects. SS Racing, downloading it now, but won't have time to play it before I go. Ah, SS Racing, bad luck. Kev out. Hi, guys. How are you, Kev out? Welcome along. We're just having a little root around in some of the settings, make sure it's picked up the wheel and the pedals, which it has. So I've got a feeling we're going to be able to go straight in, but we'll come back to these if we need to. A quick look at the setup. Sorry there's no game sound at the moment. We will have a look at that very shortly. Hiya Discord. It's showing that there is some sound being picked up, but I can't quite work out what it is yet until we get into the game. It's been really good in the fact that it's picked up the controls straight away for the Fanatec. So it's looking pretty good. So we'll just have a quick look through the graphics and have a look. Looking okay. Yeah, we'll find out very soon. I did have to dump the in-game. Can you hear any music now? You can. Oh, we got. Oh, mine. Hang on then. Let's just turn this all the way up. Let me turn mine. Right, can you hear that now, Darren? Yeah. Right, that's the... Yeah, so we'll get rid of that and put mine back on. Right. Here we go. Right, I'll catch you in a bit, Darren. Right, what are we going to do next? We're going to worry about my profile now. I think we just need to get on with it, don't we? That's what everybody's waiting for. So what track do we want to see? Let me know in YouTube chat what track you want to see first. So we got Sebring. We have got Portimao in Portugal, obviously. Spa. Le Mans. Monza. Le Mans. Okay, Kevin Moore straight in there. Let's see Le Mans. What car are we going for? We got a hypercar, LMP2s or LMGTEs. Kev out, we'll do that one next. Remind me. So what car? I know there's a slight delay on the GTEs you want to see, okay. Kevin Moore's really quick. He's got a fast internet. Now, we have got... the Ferrari's already been shouted. We'll go for that one. At the moment, it feels quite slick. You're straight into things. There's no clunkiness so far. So, I don't think we need to go... Can we turn that off? We can turn that off. Although, should we? Shall we have a 15-minute practice? We're not having a 12-hour race. Is it accelerated? That's the other question. Advanced options. Oh, hello. We're learning as we go. We're all learning together. Still have 40 minutes. Yeah, it took a long. That's why I delayed the stream, because I didn't want us to just sit here waiting. And although we've got a lot to talk about. Right, let's scroll down. What are the options here? The race is on. Default. Oh, hello. Random. I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna go. Oh, look at all these things to play with. We're liking it. So what I think I'll do, I don't know what to do. What do I do? We'll have 5 minutes of practice. Which way does this go? Oh, we can press and hold, that's good. So we can whiz through that. It all feels very, very good at the moment. We'll have a nice early morning practice. We can change the grip levels. Real road wet. I'm not going wet just yet. Real road timescale, real road temperatures. Okay, so we've got some nice options there. We can't go any less than an hour and 12. Well, we can always dump out of the out of the game, hopefully. Quick, what's it like? Len, I'm still at work. Are you going to stream on schedule? I might still be going on this. Depends what it delivers. Or we can start a new stream a bit later, because I will need to eat at some point. Rolling start, grid position random, preset heavy. Right, okay. Weather. What's all this? What's all this? We've got presets. Timescale of ×5, flag rules full, track limits, mechanical failures, normal, AI aggression. Okay, some nice settings in there. So circuit, car class, car event settings. So where does the, oh, here we go. Are we going to click this? No worries, Len. Get on with it, Matt. That's all I can hear. Get on with it. Thank you for joining so early in the day. Everybody was on tenthooks waiting for stream to kick into gear and release it. I'm a little bit nervous from the point of view of how finished is it. We've got a few flickers on screen at the moment. I don't know whether you can see that on YouTube. It might not pick it up because of the way the streaming is done. There's slight flickering as it loads. We're stuck on 47% of the loading. Le Mans can take a while to load. They've already hinted that it takes a while to load because it's such a large track. 48%. We're ticking over. You can't quite see the percentage bottom right. It's ticking over. Let's just get rid of that because we're not using that at the moment. Or shall we? We could do, couldn't we? You might want to see me getting excited, mightn't you? Thank you for all the likes. Welcome along to Le Mans Ultimate. We're loading up Le Mans. Average mic RF2 loading times, I see. No, let's just lightweight. This is early access. It's obviously not all polished, but I was saying I was nervous to see how polished and finished it all was. So that was kind of where I am with it. Thank you for the likes. Welcome along. So we have got, as it is in this early access, we've got Sebring, Portimao, Spa, Le Mans, Monza, Fuji, Sakir, which is Bahrain, and then we've got the hypercars, LMP2s and LMGTEs. So we've got a good selection there, which hopefully will allow us to have some interesting test racing. Yeah, loading times, it's thinking. It's very thinking. Average mic early access, pay for beta testing. Well, they have kind of admitted that. It is frustrating that we seem to be going through this cycle of, if you look at times gone by, titles were delivered pretty much 80-90% complete. And then there was always those little bugs that you'd never find with in-house testing. So we do feel like we're moving into a cycle of get the skeleton of the game 100% there, and then release it early and allow mass testing. Kevin Moore, I read somewhere you can't host your own server at the moment either. No, I read that, and it looks like it's going to be preset servers, obviously on LMU's servers for now, but they have promised that they're going to be running throughout the day. Right, how complicated is this all going to get? Shall we just get into it and start driving? Wish me luck, everybody. I've crashed. Right, definitely some tweaking to do on the force feedback, but let's get going. Hopefully you can hear. If it's too loud, let me know. Well, right, deep strength is good. That'll need tweaking. All right, love, calm down. Was that the Peugeot? I think it was, wasn't it? So I'm going to have to tweak the force feedback. Hello, that was a twitch. Weren't much of a warning. Obviously I'm biased and coming from... Hello. I'm biased and coming from AMS2 with the way I've got it set up. Let's get out of the way of this LMT car coming through. I think it is. Yeah. So I can feel the flat spot after that rotation. I'm getting 141 frames per second, which is really good news. I will cap that. I tend to cap mine at 120. It's running pretty smooth. Right, I was pushing as if I was driving AMS2, because that's my reference point at the moment. Really heavy flat spot there. There's a lot of road noise, which the sounds are actually sounding pretty good. With the default out the bag or out the box force feedback setting, that's sounding nice coming past. Everything feels pretty good. I'm mildly impressed at the moment. I need to cure this movement in the cockpit. I'm not a fan of that much movement in the cockpit, because I feel that you filter that out naturally as a human being. We've got a car racing behind us. Got a Porsche. Horrendous flat spots. It is really pronounced. You can't, I don't think you'll see it, but you can definitely feel it. And the fact that I can go as quick as I am straight out the box, oh, nice puff of sand in the background there. So at the moment, with the force feedback set up the way it is, I'm not feeling road texture slip. So I think I need to tweak a few things there. The Porsche is desperate to come past. I think I might let him through, so I can follow him through the Porsche S's, because I always struggle. He's having a wobble. Oh, AI. Oh, welcome along. Thank you for subscribing. Whoa, that is twitchy through there. Nice sparks. The Porsche is still having issues. That's one of the longest crashes. That was one of the longest crashes I've seen in a game. From an AI. He was skidding for so long. That was so funny. Wow. All we can say at the moment is the curbs are fantastic as well. It might be the fact that I haven't driven RF2 for quite a while, but this feels better than that. It certainly feels better than the last time I drove R Factor 2. It's running really good. We've got a bit of a frame drop off there. We're down to 190. Oh, snappy, snappy. Oh. He's still crashing. He's not very good, that one, is he? He just clipped the front of the Ferrari there. You can hear little stones flicking around in the wheel arches. Okay, calm down. Right, I definitely want to play with the setup of the force feedback. Definitely want to play with the force feedback. The strength is a little bit high for me at the moment. However, the fact that I can jump in and lap as quick as I am, I'm very confident that with a little bit of time spent in the force feedback. Yeah, that was me pushing the braking zone. I think you're all going to be pleasantly surprised. Quick one lap impression, SimRacersArms again. I need to play with the force feedback a bit more, but it definitely feels more sim. You saw that, the twitchiness. Oh, the flat spot now is horrendous after that second spin I had. The sounds are good. You can hear when you're locking up. That little sound of the carbon brakes just starting the initial bind as you hit the brake. You can hear a little door squeal. I presume they're carbon ceramics on this. Oh, hello. Oh. Suspension feels nice through there. Obviously, the AI. Hello. Looks like me driving that. So there was a drift there, and it was very twitchy, especially on the rear. Brake sounds are very, very good. Yeah. Obviously, there's lots of tweaking to be done.
Lap 4:12.92.
A bit of glitch switching across from that. That's gone very loud. That's gone very loud. Average mic, I can see the grip curve is aggressive. Yeah, and it has that it has that almost on-off switch effect. Am I on the list? I can't see me on the list. Oh, there I am. Next session. Let's see how we get on. I would like the option to just tweak the force feedback power just a little bit. Let me just... Oh, hello. That was me interfering with it. Let's just tone that back a bit. Alright, let's see what that does. Let's just go for it. We are just playing and testing at the moment. So the forecast, nice weather. 2 o'clock start in the afternoon. No rain. At least we got that info. Right. Where's my mouse gone? Press backspace to skip formation lap. Right. Oh, hello everybody. Where's the man I'm supposed to be following? Peter Smith, hello, how are you? I've got to let this car past. Okay, we're getting nice clear instructions. Oh, the AI was having a wobble as well then. Cold tyres, wow, twitchy. Matt's frowning because he's thinking. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, I've got a hit in the tyres pretty quick there. I like the tyre. Oh, you can't see. I'm in the way. I need to move my camera, but there's a tyre graphic just below where you can see my steering in the webcam, and it is like instantly lighting up green once I get a bit of a slide on. Nothing to see here. We have radar or spotter. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. We will find out once we get racing, I presume. I didn't say anything in the settings. Just about to purchase these. What's your initial thoughts? Initial thought is... It's been a long while since I've driven RF2. A good 6 months. However, this instantly feels better than RF2. I can't explain why. I think it's got a depth to it similar to ACC. Looking at the tyres and the way the... Once we've finished testing on this one, I will move the webcam so you can see the HUD and the way that the tyre information is instantly, like there, it instantly lit up that I was locking up the left front. I think there's some playing to do with the force feedback, although it's very, very good out of the box. It's very strong out of the box. It's got the similar level of detail as my current AMS2 when going over the curbs and bumps, and suspension info and physics info. The tarmac feels very smooth at the moment, but I'm hoping we can dial something in, because I like to feel texture on the road. Even modern cars with modern power steering, you can feel the certain amount of texture of tarmac. And I know Le Mans isn't the smoothest track in the world. Oh, so far what we've seen of the AI, that was my bad driving that I ran into it. During the practice session, was they were having real problems with grip, and they were sliding and tank slapping all over the place. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We are in Le Mans Ultimate Early Access. We must remember that it's early access, but it feels very good. It's one of the better beaters that I've driven. We're currently getting... I've left the graphics at full whack, and I've been getting anywhere between 115 frames per second to 144 frames per second, and it's capped at 144 because my monitor's 144. And we've had no screen tearing, we've had no hiccups or glitches. The start of the race will obviously be a good test of the frame rate, with all the cars moving all at the same time. I don't like following this Porsche. The tyres are not warming up. Even with all this weaving, they are not warming up at all. Should you spend the €24.99 or pounds or dollars, you know what? The problem is I think we need to start looking at Le Mans Ultimate as a more in-depth and expanded version of ACC. I want to get a few laps under my belt so I can understand the grip levels and the way the car slides. We had we had 2 spins and on our initial outing. Now the car behind has got his headlights on, an Aston Martin I believe that is, and it has affected frame rate a little bit with all the cars bunched up. Now swinging on full lock, that feels quite realistic at the moment. So I'm just speaking as I find. Obviously, literally only a few minutes into driving in the sim. It's definitely more sim than arcade. Peter Smith, looks and sounds nice. Yeah, the graphics are not bad. It's very reminiscent of Unreal Engine, in my opinion. You look at the way some of the trees are presented. Excuse me guys, I've got to follow my car. I was lagging behind. So, initial thoughts. Speed to race, i.e. getting into a race, was pretty rapid. It picked up the Fanatec CSL DD, CSL Elite pedal straight away, didn't have to mess about with anything. The only thing I've had to do is lower the force feedback, and it could do with coming down a little bit more. So yeah, it's really, really interesting. I really want to try Sebring next, because I do like that track. I haven't driven it for a long, long while. And I think this could be a title that chews up quite a lot of time. We've got a lot going on over at the fun fair as well. We've got the Ferris wheel going around, and we've got a bungee thing going on, and a hot air balloon thing going on, and they're all animated. We've got a decent amount of crowd. Frame rate's dropped to 95, so this is where I thought it... Hello, Ferrari. This is where I thought it might pick up. So, right, here we go. Cold tyres, everybody, cold tyres. Oh, bumping over the chicane. Oh, I'm going to have to be careful through here. Was there a stutter there? Oh, I'm going to have to rely on the AI to give me a clue as to level of grip. I'm going cautious. So we got LED flags on the gantry. of that bridge there. Whoa, that was a big twitch there. That was kind of sidewall flex twitch. Oh, they're leaving me behind. We've got a yellow flag already ahead of us. It's gone green again. That feels good through there. That actually felt better than AMS2 through there, and I'm still not on warm tyres. Thank you, Peter Swift. So because I'm so used to the crispness of AMS2, little stones being flicked up there, gotta be careful through here. It was very rotation. It wanted to rotate a lot in practice through that chicane. Still on cold tyres. Interestingly, it's showing that the inside edge of the tyre is warming quicker on the rear. Yeah, I'm used to, go back to what I was saying before, I'm used to the crispness of the force feedback in AMS2 and the way I've got it set up. Let's see if we can get into some racing. And at the moment this feels very tyre sponge kind of rubbery movement in the steering wheel. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Got stones flicking up in the wheel arches again and again on the right hand side. Right, you can play on the brakes. So just testing on the way in there, I braked a little bit early and then I came off and back on the brakes. Right, I think at this point of the live stream, I'm starting to ask myself, do I regret spending $24.99, whatever it might be? The answer is no. Not at this point. Should you go and buy it? That's a different question already. Would I like to set up races online once it becomes available for the community to drive? The answer is yes. Will it replace AMS2? Absolutely not, because AMS... Oh! Hello. We survived. Hot tyres. Did you call me there? So the AI are very, very... Oh, we got the Merc. It was the first one to tag me and go through. Right, we got frame issues there. We're right down to 28 frames per second. So did I speak too soon? Did I do a commentator's curse regarding regretting? So there may be some tweaks on the graphics to do. So we've got frame hits already, so that doesn't bode well for VR or triple screens. I'm not in triples currently. There's no radar at the moment. Maybe there's an option for that to be turned on. Maybe it's because we went for hardcore and you can switch on the radar. We'll have to have a little delve through the settings. Oh, hello. Oh, I've been penalised. Peter Smith. Yes, that was interesting. Considering the default setting is not that aggressive either. Darren White, commentator's curse. Right, let's see if we can brake in a similar place to AMS2. We can go quite late on the brakes there. Whoa, it's twitchy. I want to play with the force feedback. It's not quite right for me. We went backwards very, very quickly after that incident in the Porsche curves. The windscreen is slowly getting dirty. Right, that was nice to know that you can hear the lock-up of the tyres. Oh, that AI is having issues. Get past the wobbly Porsche. And then I was able to come back off and go back on again, so I managed to release the lock-up and then go back on. Frame rate's recovered because the cars have spread out. I think if I can get the in-car camera to be more static to the car, you would, how can I explain? You could handle the movement of the car under braking. That's something to be looking for in the setup. But out of the box, and it's in early access, this will be a challenge through here, especially in the Ferrari. So at the moment, the slide of the tyres is kind of got the same feeling as Rain Sport in its current state, in the fact that when the tyres slide, there's no... In AMS2 they've introduced some vibration of the sidewall. The tyre oscillates as you start sliding. Where's he going? Where's he going? Where's he going? Hello, Aston Martin. Oh, the impact on the wall felt good. So there you'd expect a bit more texture. In the tyres. So now I've got a tiny bit of flat spot from somewhere. All the AI are having a mare. Ooh. So what do we think, chat? Cody, hello. How's the game fit? He's feeling very good actually out of the box. It recognised everything. I didn't have to fiddle or faff. The sounds are really good. It feels better than I remember R-Factor 2 feeling for some reason. I need to put them back to back to see what the difference is. In the game setting that... In the game setting that I've currently got it at, which is, I think it was Expert, I can't remember. Oh, I'm going to get a slap wrist again. The cars, this Ferrari is very, when you're pushing properly on a knife edge. Force feedback still needs a bit of a tweak for my liking. Very strong out the box. There's a lot of detail when you're going off track and on grass and on curbs, spinning. Counter steering, all of that. Oh, big lock up there. That's going to be a big flat spot on the front right. What I like so far, it didn't take long to get into a race. Lots of options to tweak and mess and configure the race, practice, qualifying and race setup. The tyre information, you can't see at the moment, I will show you it once we get this one out of the way. I'm not going to do the entire race, by the way. We're not doing an hour. That was concentrating. I like the fact that the tyre indicator on the hood is instant. Right, what we'll do is we'll just pull over. Let's see if I can move my camera so you can see the Right, bear with me, everybody. I think it's that one. Move that up a little bit so you can see. There you go. So keep your eye on the tyre indicator, bottom right. And it's literally instant on temperature change. And then it calms down. Thank you for all the likes so far. If you haven't already, please consider hitting the like. We're currently hitting uncapped frame rate. Now we're on our own on the track, 163 frames per second. Oh, a little bit of a stutter there. So, do we want to see another track? Somebody in chat, let me know if you want to see another track. Or do you want to see more of Le Mans? Oh my word, I'm off. The track is presented really well. Knew that one was coming. Caught it in time. Oh, I'm getting a slap on the wrist every 5 seconds now. I don't know whether you noticed during the setup of the race, but you couldn't go lower than an hour and 25 minutes, I think. But I think you can accelerate the time. Oh, that lift off is there. I want that tyre scrub. I want more of that. Right, there we go. I think that's enough of Le Mans. Lovely sim racing. Hello, how are you? Thanks for popping by. Have you tried the lovely dashboard yet? No, I haven't. I haven't got SimHub up and running just yet, and it needs updating. However, I trust it's going to be superb. I take it you've already done the necessary to get it working in Le Mans Ultimate. Let's see what options we get. Restart the race. Resume settings. Let's have a quick look at it. We don't want that. Opposite lock, braking, stability, invulnerability. We need to keep that on. Right, I've had my orders here from lovely sim racing, so let me get SimHub up and running. Can we see? Can we see? Oh, I need to play with that network setting. I would have liked a search function in the settings. That would have been a nice thing to have carried forward. Maybe they'll bring that in at some point. Is there a radar setting? Can't see it there. I'll worry about tweaking all of that another time. Gameplay, skip formation lap. Assist, no, don't want those. Camera, right. tracking change blend moves tracking camera focus points smoothly from one card to the other. Oh, for that, is that for replays, I'm presuming? And we got free camera settings as well. That's something to be looking at as well, because I think we're going to get some good photos out of this tile. So 12 visible vehicles, and when we were all bunching up, getting ready to start the rolling start, with 12 visible vehicles, we were being really crunched on the frame rate. Default view is cockpit, nose, wing, swingman. I can't speak. TV cockpit. Okay. Mirrors are on. Steering wheel is on. Vertical FOV. Let's try lock horizon. See what that does to it. Sound. Not many sound options. I would have liked to have been able to tweak the tires. That I would have liked to have had the tires on a separate volume. I didn't have the spotter talking to me, although we've got spotter mentioned. Interesting. I can't see a radar. Can anybody else see a radar? Right. Well, quick to main menu. We'll try a different track and a different car. I was thinking about it. It's got to unload Le Mans. It took a while to load it. Right, race weekend. I think what we'll do is we'll go to Sebring and we will go in a hyper. Shall we go LMP? LMP2? No, we'll go hypercar. What have we got? We've got the Caddies, the Ferraris, the Glickenhaus. I hope that's how you pronounce it. I tried my best. The Peugeot, Porsche, Toyota, and the Gibson. What car shall we drive in the hypercars? Somebody in chat, what shall we do? The Ferrari. Okie doke, your wish is my command. And I think what we'll do is we'll just do practices now, because we will have cars on track and we can always quit out as well. And you'll have to bear with me, I haven't driven here for a very long time, so I'm going to be very rusty. Right, and while that goes, I'm going for a comfort break. Shout me, shout me when it loads. We're halfway there nearly. Oh, my BRB's in the wrong place as well now because I've moved everything. Let's move that. I shan't be long. Keep chatting. Laurie, hello. How you doing? Laurie, so do you think it's worth the £25 early access? Oh, that looks quite nice. Feel very enclosed. Now what did we change? We changed lock to horizon, didn't we? Does anybody know the way out? Is it this way? I want controls to stop that head movement. Worth the £25 early access. Knowing you, Laurie, and the amount you drive, yes. If you're struggling to fit racing in because you're working or things like that, this will take up a long weekend. Cold tyres, everybody. It's bumpy. Oh, yeah, classic. Massive understeering to there. Is it worth having in your collection? Now that's worse. I can't drive it like that with the car bouncing everywhere. The horizon's locked nicely. Loads of understeer. Trying to warm my tyres up. Not enough information in this so far that it had locked up. The sounds are good. Nowhere near enough feeling to let me know that I was locking up. Force feedback. I think there's something to be played with there. No feeling. No indication that it was locking up again. I preferred the GTE, if I'm completely honest, but hey, we haven't got the tyres up to temp yet. Hello. I'd like to hear somebody compare it to iRacing. I can't do that. I've never driven iRacing. I've avoided it because I want to keep my bank account somewhere near sane. Alright, I'm letting you through. Oh, a bit of a frame hit there. Oh, them bumps. That's how I remember it now. Haven't driven it for so long. No, can't feel them locking up on the front. It goes ultra smooth when you lose grip on front or rear axle. I heard the lockup sound then, but I didn't hear it previously. There's a slight tyre scrub sound. I'd like to emphasise that. No, I don't like the lock to horizon. So we will pull over and we will change that. But the track's superb, as you'd expect. About nothing there with that rotation. You'd expect some kind of judder from the tyres. Right, let's just have a quick look at the settings again. Where did we find? It's remembering where we may found that setting there. Lock horizon, medium, high, ultra. Shall we try ultra and see what the difference is? Let's go into testing mode. Oh. Steering feels completely different, and you'd expect that compared to the GTEs. And it's, as it is at the moment, as you'd expect, you will need to spend, unless you drive RF2 a lot, you will have to spend a lot of time practicing to get your lap times in these. Right, I'm just trying to work out what the difference is with the extreme lock to horizon. Has anybody noticed the difference? Is the car not moving around quite so much? I think I need to tweak my field of view as well, although it's not bad out of the box. See, understeer, you can't feel that. And the only way you knew that switching to oversteer was purely from the car. Oh, we got a spotter. So under extreme lockup, hello. Just trying to work out the force feedback at the moment. RJ Bishop, hello, how are you? That lock up there, it's just so silky smooth, and you need some texture in the lockups and the slides. See, you don't know it's happening until and then the sound kicks in and it's a little bit too late. So you either need an audio, you definitely need texture in the lockups of some sort, and then you need the audio to be a lot clearer as well. It's so smooth. Tony S, have I driven RF2? I certainly have. Not for a while. Why do you ask, dear sir? Don't get me wrong, it's very reminiscent of RF2 and the grip levels. But the force feedback actually feels better for some reason. See, just no indication that you're getting understeer. It's still till you start drifting offline.
That time was a 2:18.57.
And again, and again, and again, and again. Laurie, slightly worried about FPS as I run 32 triples. You may find you have to cap it. I've been literally getting anywhere between 170 frames per second and at its worst at Le Mans, when all the grids slow down and bunched up, we dropped right the way down to about 27 frames per second. Just zero feeling. Right, let's take this car to a track that I've got a bit more experience on. Kevin M, hello, how are you, Kevin? Been lurking and checking other streams too. Some are having nightmares with CTD, FFB snapping, game never tested, it seems. Load times are insane. Well, thanks for testing. Your final point is the reason why I kind of hovered for a while, because I felt like I was frustrated with Forza after 7 years and jumping in early access, and that cost a fortune. And then I saw the price of this, and I thought, wow, okay, it hasn't got as many cars or tracks as Forza, but there's certain elements of RF2 when I drove it a lot I enjoyed, and I thought, and then obviously with some of the donations that came in over the last week, so thank you to the guys that have supported, especially Peter Smith and Kevin M and Darren Whitehouse, that have either come directly through YouTube or over on Ko-fi. I really do appreciate the support. So it put me in a position where I could buy this now and hopefully save you guys or help you decide whether you want to jump in now. I think we're back in the same boat as we were previously with other titles, in the fact that we're going to be mass beta testers, and they've kind of alluded to that. If you look at some of the release notes, they've kind of alluded to the fact that they are seeking genuine supportive feedback to develop the game for full release, and you can see that. And I'm so ingrained with AMS2 because it's so easy to set up a lobby, a multiplayer lobby. It's dialed into how I like my force feedback. So this is going to need time, like Forza. When I got Forza, I had spent hours on Forza tweaking the force feedback, and when I tried it last week or the week before since the last big update, I've got to go in and reconfigure my force feedback. So I think that's the situation with this as well. I think every sim title that comes out, you will have to invest time. If you've got a steering wheel set up, you will have to invest time to get it dialed into where you want it to be. Right, let's try a bit of Spa in the hypercar, and then we'll try LMP2s at Monza, I think. Let's just have a quick look at the controls. Force feedback. Oh, we can change it in it. Force feedback smooth. I don't really want to smooth it. Smoothens force feedback for a better feel. What does that actually mean? Can somebody explain this? That doesn't tell you what that does. It smoothens it. Shall we try a little bit of smoothness? Steering torque capability. That's got no hint as to what that is. So, does that mean Newton meters? Anybody got a clue on steering torque capability? Force feedback effects. Okay, so you have the option to turn them off. So we go 5 on that, see what happens. We'll leave that as that. Minimum steering torque. Steering resistance coefficient. Steering resistance saturation. Collision strength. Curve variable. You wouldn't. I don't. With my 8 Newton meter CSLDD, I don't feel the need to change that. Curb pull strength. You may want to drop that a little bit. Martin, hello. Slow, hello. Oh, you're all chatting away. AI are a bit idiotic, and the graphics seem to have that fancy Vaseline shader over everything. Some crashing when alt tabbing, currently getting 165 frames. Yes. I haven't had any crashing whilst alt tabbing. I get black screens. Kevin M, yes, we appreciate it. No worries, Kevin. Does it have VR support, or is it another sim release? No VR at the moment. Thank you, Laurie, for that confirmation. Martin, I don't understand why they don't include VR support in Sims. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it is. There's obviously licensing agreements, especially with this title, that and dates are given early on in the licensing agreement. So you kind of get the feeling that the 20th of Feb was a date they had to deliver something, and they've worked their watch its off to give us what we've got today. I'm guessing. I'm only guessing. However, I don't understand where this trend has come, where maybe the development teams are so small these days that they just can't fit the testing in. If it's based on RF2, it's a bit like AC and AC2 coming out. This is my gut feeling. RF2 has got enough information now after 8 years, whatever it is. They've got enough data to deliver VR, widescreen support. I haven't even looked to see if this supports it. Let's have a quick look in the graphics again. Monitor 1. I don't want to choose full screen display. Yeah, I don't want to change that in case it starts jumping all over the place. Full screen mode. So we should be able to go Windows. That, in theory, if we go borderless, it should help the Alt tabbing. But I'm going to leave it as is for now because I don't want to mess up the live stream. I'm going to drop it down to 120 because that's where I normally run, just to give myself a little bit of headroom. Post effects. Change post effects for a balance between realism and performance. Shall we drop it down to medium and see what happens? Motion blur, trackside only. We will play that with that another time. I'm not multi-view. What's that? Enables multi-monitor setup. You can't change that, so we can't have triples. But it's in there, so it's coming. But don't forget, they've been upfront and said that this is that this is early release. So some of the criticisms I completely understand. There's a lot here for me to dig into off stream. I'm not going to dig into it now. So let's try a different track for now. I've got so much going on. Right, where did we get to? Martin, Rainsport, EA, WRC, and now this. Yeah, it does feel like it's a trend that's happening. Where they're all... How can I say this? It feels to me as if... How do I word it? How do I word this? How do I say it? Let's try this one. We'll leave these off. We'll just go for practice because we'll have cars on track. It feels as if they're making us accept that this is how it's going to be moving forward. So I wouldn't be surprised to see AC2 go down the same route where we become beta testers for it. Is it because it hasn't got to go on a CD or a DVD and it's downloadable? You imagine if you've got to print 1.5 million DVDs with the packaging and everything else. You've got to deliver that as a working product that somebody's going to pay $40 or $50 for. Now that it's downloadable across the board almost on PC, not so much on console obviously, but becoming so on console, it's a case that we can drip feed the development. And obviously getting people to pay for beta testing is a good business model. Because you're earning a revenue whilst you're sort of developing the product further. You haven't got to find the finances. Well, you've got to find a certain amount of the funding while it's being developed to the beta stage. Slow. Oh, it uses the RF2 sundial timer for loading tracks. Yes. Laurie, Matt, I presume this runs on triples. Not at the moment, Laurie. There's an option in the... There's an option to run it on there, but it's greyed out. You can't access it. Hi, Jay. How you doing? Don't play with too many settings at once, Matt. Otherwise, you may lose your way. Yeah, that's why you could see me thinking about it and resisting it. Ian, hi, Matt. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. We're playing with this. And it's a big track. And the bigger the track, it does load similar to RF2. Right, I'm just going to jump straight in. I'm not going to tinker and mess about. Although I haven't clicked on it yet. Can we get into setups? Oh, have we crashed? Oh, we just can't get into setups at the moment. Right. Can somebody tell me what's happening? Why am I driving? Oh, I'll just park in this garage. Why? What's going on? Somebody help! What's going on? And my mouse isn't working either now. Oh, there we go. Right, I've got the mouse back. Is it because I went to borderless? Right, I can't click on anything to do anything. But when I do that, it allows me to drive. Right. Oh! A massive lag going into the setup. I clicked that ages. Oh, hello. Right. Oh! Yeah. Beta testing. Right. There was a delay between... Right, what happened there is I clicked up on the setup and it didn't seem to do anything. So then I clicked... What did I click next? I clicked start. So then it got confused. So then it let me drive out the garage. But then it showed the setup. So there's a big lag between instances of what was happening and when. Let's get driving. Let's forget about that. Thank you, AI, for the little nudge out the pit lane. What is going on here? Right, give me a moment to get the hang of this. No feel whatsoever again. So, unless you've got your force feedback turned up massively, right, Matt's thinking, bear with me. Can't feel the lockups at all. Right, let's just change something if we can. So, again, I keep saying so. Again, because this is early access, this is all part of the early access. It's not a fully fledged tile. It feels very close. However, once you spend time with it like we have so far, you start discovering these bits and pieces, and that's what we need to feed back into Studio 397. So basically, I turned the Fanatec force feedback right the way down. and I'd lowered the force feedback in the game, and it was to the point in this car that you literally couldn't feel any of the tyres, and just no information on the rotation. A little bit of frustration just creeping in at the moment. The best thing I've driven so far is the GTE Ferrari. So we may go back to them. Now, I'd expect a car like this on slicks to be very twitchy. And the aero on this is really unique as well, if I remember. So, the only thing I can do... I keep saying so. So, the only... Oh, hello. What I'd like to do is compare online onboard footage of these cars, and then run them on the same track as the online footage and put them side by side just to see the steering inputs and speed around some of the corners to see how they compare. However, you do feel really twitchy and nervous. Now, the tyres aren't fully up to temp on the rear. I like the challenge of it so far, and after looking through some more of the menus, it's clear that there's plenty more to tinker with. There's some funny graphic issue there, like a tearing between the on-track and off-track section. Yeah, you was in my way. We'll have one of them. Right, let's just park up. I'll tell you what, we'll park up on the outside of turn 1. And watch the cars come down while I have a little catch up with chat. Average Mike, QNOS already spoke of early access beta of AC2 for Okie doke. I was hoping they wouldn't do that. But they need the testing, obviously. Jay, Project Cars was the same as well, hence Cars Community Assisted Racing Simulation. And now we have AMS2. Yeah. Thank you, Jay. Kevin M, menus, items hidden by wheel in 2024. Please move these up, devs. Yeah. Jay, borderless, yes. Laurie, no triples, so that's made up my mind, buying early release. Well, the other thing to keep in mind as well, Laurie, is that we're not sure how quick these things are going to come to the table, and it depends. I think it'll be the same as any situation. So whatever shouting the loudest will get seen first, I presume. Ian, I'm tempted to buy, but waiting to see what you think before. If you go into it like I did, taking away the fact that I wanted to show you guys before you spend your money, if you go into it thinking to yourself, okay, this is early release, there's going to be issues, I need to do my part and pass that information on to the devs, then it's worth the money, because that's, apart from DLCs that are coming in the future, that's all you're going to pay for the core game when it gets full public release, however far that is. Will you get enjoyment out of it? Yes. Is it a different driving experience? It's kind of in between all of them as we sit here. So yes, you will get a different driving experience. Will it replace AMS2 For me, no. Will it replace ACC for others? No. Purely because ACC hasn't got the same bits and pieces in that and AMS2 has got so much content and tracks. Yeah, need time to play with the graphics settings, need time to play with the steering, force feedback. The thing that's concerning me is the lack of feel when you're locking up and the slip. It goes so silky, slick, smooth when you go into a lockup or a slip that you have to spend a lot of time learning the counter steer that you feel as it goes into a rotation. Hope that makes sense. Martin Laurie, yeah, but again, it's early access. Should it have had it by now at this stage? I think so. That's my instant response. Jay, I think I will have triple it will have, yeah, it definitely will. There's an option in the settings to select it, but it just greyed out at the moment. Jay, I'm thinking of it as a gutted RF2 and reshaped solely for Le Mans. Bit like GTR2 was solely GT racing only. This could be a win and given time. Yeah, if they can concentrate their efforts into just this endurance racing and this spec of racing. It's a bit like ACC. The reason ACC was is as successful as it is, and looking at the player numbers, it's because it's focused on one thing and one thing alone. Thank you for the likes, everybody. If you haven't already, please consider hitting that like. Kevin M, Studio 397 wants your bug report worksheet completed by the end of the day, Matt. Well, this is the other problem for me, is the fact there's a time constraint. I enjoyed giving feedback to AMS2 and still do. I enjoyed giving feedback to Rain Sport, where I felt that I was contributing in a way that was probably already being done because of the different versions that were out there. This one, I would love to go back through the stream that we're currently doing and pick out those segments and pass them on. But maybe it's a case that they have a team of people watch these live streams back and they can make notes. We've already seen a few little bits and bugs, and you've heard me question a few things, and they could be taking notes and covering it. RJ Bishop, it's a knockout. Think I'll just stick with AMS2 and hope they add Sebring. Suppose could try with a 2-hour refund option. Yeah, there is that possibility. It might even be if you're going to go down that route, it might be the case that you wait for the public release, then give it the 2-hour tryout. Ian, as a beginner, I'm thinking only 7 tracks and not a lot of cars. I can concentrate on them. Yeah. However, I think you may get the same frustrations I've had with the biggest frustration is in the driving for me so far is the lack of texture when going into a full lockup or a drift or a rotation, I should say. It just goes silky smooth and there's very little audio feedback on that. It won't stop me enjoying it, it'll just make me more determined to drive it better. But it looks far better than I thought it was going to be, and I haven't tinkered with the settings yet. Ray! Hi all, watching this at work. Cheeky grin. B Stu, picked up now as I'm interested in developing over time. Absolutely. There is a reward if you've got the time for it. There is a reward in that statement as well for anybody else thinking of it. Is you will be part of the development. You might not get your name on anything, but you will have the satisfaction going. It's like with AMS2. I've put things into the forum and said, do you know this happens? Do you know that happens? And the most recent example is the Copa Classic Minis. You couldn't do any time trials on any of the tracks. And I posted the evidence. And by then, about 2 hours later, they'd done a small public update for AMS2 and fixed it, and you go, that was rewarding. I put the hello rear end lockup. Didn't know it was coming. So yeah, and I know it's going to infuriate people who are fans of RF2 when I say in AMS2 you know that's coming. And again, look, all I did was dab the brakes. Now the rear tyres are hot, well, fairly warm, but not that warm. Let's see if we can get into a bit of a race with some of the AI here. Whatever that is on the right of us sounds really nice. It's behind us. It's that. We're battling a GT around here. Oh, was it the Ferrari I could hear to the right of me? I thought it was the other LMP. Is this as easy to drive as AMS2? No. AMS2 is far more forgiving during a slide than this. I can't think of anything that I've driven, even RF2, that behaves the way this does. And of course what's going to happen now tomorrow is I'm going to be in at RF2 and comparing it.
Time 9:33.82.
M&M, so there's a vague feeling to turning. No, there's not a vague turning to turning. It's once the tyres lose traction, like understeer there. The only way I knew that it was understeering through Eau Rouge and Rayon is the fact that I wasn't on the line I was expecting to be on, and it went very smooth. And if you notice some of the spins, they were so quick to happen, there was no indication it was going to happen until, see that snap of steering? That opposite, the automatic opposite lock that you get in a car as it rotates, tells you that it's happening, but it's too late by then. And obviously, if in a real car, you're going to feel a slight shuddering as the tyre starts skipping sideways across the surface. But you're not getting that in this. But the force feedback is really nice. Really nice. The suspension, the physics, it's just that tyre. And the tyre grip, it's really curious. Whilst you're not slipping, the tyre feel is really nice, but the second you start, there you go, see. It was purely because the steering wheel counter-steered naturally, as they do, that I knew I was going into, but it was too late by that point. The car had already started sliding. But the AI are having real big issues. And that's why I said that I'd like to compare it to in-car footage from real-life versions of the car, and then do literally a video at the side of me, and heard the lockup, didn't feel it. But it was so subtle, the sound of the lockup. So what we'll do is we'll go back to the GTEs, because it didn't feel as bad in the GTEs. Maybe if I could tinker the... but we don't have the option to change the sound of the tyres like you can in most other tyres. You can do it in RF2, can't you? You can change just the tyre volume, but that feels lovely through there. the actual loading of the suspension and the tyres, you can feel the compression and the rebound, and so it's everything you'd expect from RF2. It's just that lateral slide from front axle or rear axle that you just, and again, if you spend enough hours in it, you get used to it. Commentators curse. But I think the other thing as well is I think it's going to be as in-depth with setups eventually as a ACC. So you will have to be really switched on to what your tyres are doing. That really loaded up the weight of the force feedback through that long sweeping left-hander that I can never remember the name of. I should be able to remember the name of it, but I can't. Right, let's try and do another lap or two, just see if I can get a little bit consistent. Maybe I was expecting too much out the box. Maybe the challenges are there for a reason. So at the moment, really enjoying the graphics, really enjoying the sounds.
Lap 2, 17.14.
That initial bite on the discs or front rotors is nice. I like the fact we've got a map of the circuit above our head as well. Concentrate. I see. Oh. But you get used to that if you drove it enough. But is that the point? Is that what a real car does? Start sliding without you feeling a thing? Missed the apex by a country mile there. So that tyre sound was good. Can we have it a little bit sooner? Missed. Just not enough information in that steering when you hit the brakes.
Time 2:15.00.
Understeer. Can't hear anything, can't feel anything. The curbs feel fantastic. The audio is fantastic. You see the amount of movement in the car, you'd expect to feel some of that movement in the steering. So you could feel the tyre. You could feel texture in the tyre when it got grip. So whether it's set up so that you start learning that once it goes silky smooth, you know you're in a slide. That isn't how it is. Whoa. Hi, Matt. Yeah. Yeah. Right, I will do. Oh, okay. At the moment.
Lap 2, 11.85.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that, Matt. Thank you, Matt. I'll pass that on. Yes. Get some ice on it. Yeah. Well, yeah. The only thing, my only criticism of both the GTEs and the LMPs that I've driven so far is once you start, say you get a lock up, it goes silky smooth, and if it starts rotating, you get no tyre information. Everything literally goes silky smooth the second you get into a rotation or a lock up. And there's no sound, there's no tyre scrub sound when you're in a lock-up either. You eventually get it if it's a hard enough lock-up. So if you're skidding... yeah. Yeah, I will do. Yeah, I'm pretty certain you can do it in RF2, can't you? You've got to have tyre sound control. Yeah. But, yeah, you can't. You've got no individual access to that at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Matt. We'll go and ice up that finger, thumb. All right. Speak to you later. So, just had a bit of information back on Discord and Discord voice chat from Matt B. He has got a SimRacersArms, and as he was coming out the pits, the steering wheel went a bit wonky, to say the least, and tried to chew his thumb off. And basically, if you're running SimRacersArms until the next patch, you need to invert your force feedback. So yeah, if you're running SimRacersArms, invert your force feedback, otherwise it'll try and take your finger off apparently. So, whoa. Oh, and again, no. Smoother than butter, that rotation. Get used to it. Andrew, hello. I think changing 90 second too early will cause it. Yeah, the rear axle will lock up. But it's not so much. It's not the way it's spinning regarding locking up the rear axle, etc. That's just my bad driving. Average Mike, yes, it is the wingless prototype. It's the fact that when you go into, if you lock up the front tyres, for instance, you only know that's happened. It goes very buttery smooth. If you get a rotation, there's no tyre information whatsoever. I like, with all the driving I've done over all the years, on the road, on track, and everything in between, you always have tyre vibration, texture. You go into the only way you know you're spinning is the instant opposite lock that it feeds. Right, I'm going to shut up about that, and we're going to go and do. We're going to go back and we're going to go quit to main menu. Ghost, hello. How's the new game in comparison to AC or AMS2? My biggest bugbear so far, and I'm sure it can be fixed, I'm sure the information's in there, is this lack of any indication that you're going into a spin other than the automatic counter steer that you get in a car when you start spinning. Beast, try taking slippers off. It helps the FFB apparently. Oh dear. I can confirm it runs on triples, folks. Boot straight up on all three for you. Excellent stuff. Yeah, I've just had confirmation from somebody in Discord. We've got 3 people over there at the moment. If you want to join Discord, there's a link down below. That it does work on triples, and apparently Dan Suzuki has got a method that makes it work if you're having trouble. So it's worth having a dig around the old YouTube to find who's got it working and who hasn't. Jay, I can confirm. Yeah, I've just read that. Average Mike, wonder how I will gel with this. As I'm not an FFB guy. Yeah, it'd be interesting actually. It'd be good to get some kind of feedback on that. And obviously there's settings in here that we can tinker with. But this is straight out of the box. And all I've done is turn the force feedback down. I haven't played with the graphics. Frustrated that we can't tinker with a few more sound channels. And force feedback, we've got all of this to have a tinker with as well. So yeah, plenty to play with. I dare say we can drag out some information. So this confuses me. This wording, force feedback smoothing, smoothens force feedback for a better feel. What does that statement mean? What does this actually do? Give us some more definition in this description. If I turn this up, will I get a texture feel? And it only goes to 9. So we'll take smoothing off, although it felt very similar to driving without. Right, we'll go to another track. Monza. Or shall we try Fuji? No, you'll have a laugh at this one. Average Mike, I think I hear you speak of what you feel while driving, same as Gamer Muscle. I just drive and somehow get around the track. Well, I'm looking forward to that one. Right, let's have a look at Shall we try? I want to try an Aston Martin. Oh, we got rain. Advanced options. Right, let's try it. Laurie, cheers, Jay. Good to know. Yes, thank you for that. So I think we're going to get to try some rain. I don't know whether that's good or bad. It'd be interesting to see what the feeling in the circuit is. Better wet the whistle. Can somebody let me know on YouTube chat whether you can see the flickering that's on this screen? This loading screen now. I've got a definite flicker going on. And it's a bit off-putting. I don't know whether it'll pick you up on the phone. Depends on the refresh rates. Let's just see if we can capture that. Stu, no, I didn't think you'd be able to see. It's because of the way that the streaming software pushes it through to YouTube, and then YouTube encodes it as well. But there's a definite kind of shimmer and flicker, mainly down in the bottom left and top right. There's no flicker at the moment while it gets towards the end of the loading. Right. Let's see what the rain's like. Well, that's a very narrow windscreen, isn't it? Well, the windscreen wipers are smoothing like they do in real life. Yep, completely missed. I was too busy looking at the raindrops on the windscreen. That's what you get. I don't think I've ever driven this track. I must have at some point. Concentrating. I like the fact that you do have to really play with the throttle. Right. Feels way too heavy on the force feedback and oversaturated in places. Going to take a couple of laps for me to get the hang of this one. But it's made me smile. I was impressed in the Ferrari that skid is so silky smooth. That's the one bugbear I'm going to have, you know. I'm sorry if I go on and on about it, but it's the thing that's off-putting the most. But see, I've got loads of flat spot information. Oh, lift off. And again. You need to try the online. Is there any online stuff available? Need a handbrake. Concentrating. Am I getting flickering there? Yeah, I am. I'm getting flickering there. What's going on? Oh, the flat spot. I'm going to add to it. That's a bailout. Right, I've really got to get the hang of the braking in this. Lewis! How are you, sir? Lewis, do me a favour. When you stream later, tell me what you think of the texture information during a slide and a lockup. It's like there was understeer, I couldn't feel a thing with my current setup, and I'm not convinced looking at the settings in the force feedback that you're going to dial some kind of texture in there. Ooh. See, I'm skidding all the way into there. Can't feel a thing. See, understeer. The only time you know it's happening is because it's so silky smooth. Yeah, sorry, no, I'm not on in an online lobby. That's the next thing I'm going to try. I think the only online available at the moment is via the game itself. You can't set up a lobby yourself just yet. Wow. Flat spot information. I'm doing it again, look. It's just nothing. No indication. It's actually smoother than ice when you go into a full lockup like that. Ah, good plan. Have you done any practice so far? I would definitely get some practicing first. It's going to take some getting used to. I'm just going to have a very quick chat with Discord. Because I believe at least one of the Discord gang are driving around as we speak. But it feels like this when it's not wet. Hello. So there's plenty of force feedback movement to let you know that you're going into a drift in that situation there. And there you can catch it, like on the slower drifts. But when you're in that drift, unless somebody knows the setting, I don't know if you can see that.
4.68.
That's how flat spotted my tyres are. And then it goes into a slide and I didn't know it was happening. So the potential is absolutely there for quite a unique kind of sim experience. I caught that one. Oh, nearly never caught that one. The car caught itself then, but can't get it round the corner. No. Oh, I was being pushed. I thought it felt weird. Let's just watch some of these cars come down. There we go. Have a watch of that while I have a reader's chat. Lewis, no, but I used to drive RF2, so hopefully I can get used to it. But also day one, so everyone else is going to be all over it. Prime time to get online, Matt, and have excuses to be here when everyone else is too. The thing is that, you know, there's people out there that are going to drive this straight off out the box in early access and be driving the wheels off these things, going, I don't know what the problem is. Lewis, right, I'll leave a lurk, but I'm technically at work, so go eat and jump into a meeting. No worries, Lewis, go and have a great meeting. Hope it's productive. You know what these meetings can be like. Lewis, oh, and heads up, you have to drive the Fezzering GT online, otherwise it will throw you out of a session. Known bug. Thank you very much indeed. I've already driven that. It's the first car, and I quite enjoyed it around Le Mans. At least with the GTE beginner races. Excellent, thank you for that. We'll give it a try. And there's going to be these bugs with it being early access. I'm definitely getting screen flicker. And it hasn't capped the frame rate either. I capped it at 120, but it hasn't. Within the game, but it hasn't capped it. Right, let's have a look. Thanks, Lewis. Right, let's quit back. Let's see what we can do. Let's have a look. Weekly races. What have we got? LMP Masters, Hypercar Madness, GTE Enduro, special events. 2.5 hours of Le Mans. Well, 2.4 hours of Le Mans. Looks good. Let's test. See what happens when we go into this one. Let's test it. Let's do live testing. Starts in 2 minutes. Ooh, join practice. What am I? P2s. Join practice. We haven't driven the P2, so this will be worth doing. Where are we at? (16 of 16, 17. So there's one place left in there. Well, can we get in there? No. Oh, practice 6. Yeah, well, it'll be a good leveler, won't it? It'll be a good leveler to see where we are. Lewis, have you caught it before you go to run off to your meeting? Have you caught what anybody else is saying in streams? We may have missed the cut off for this. We'll find out. You may find that there's a bit of a lag on the stream. If you refresh your browser, it will bring you closer up to the real time of the stream. Not so far. Yeah, I didn't want to really find out too much. I wanted to give everybody my opinion without being influenced by others. And my only huge now bugbear is this lack of information when you're in a slip or skidding. Hello. 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 Anybody know what's happening? Not happening. Not happening. Have I missed it, have I? Shall we go back and try again? Kevin M, I saw Neil's stream, and when I left, he had arms up, wanted to refund. So I'm of a different viewpoint in the fact that everything I've seen so far, the potential's there, and with the small amount that I've put into it, it's going to carry through to see some of these developments. It just depends which bits they listen to and who they listen to. Not saying they've got to listen to me, a nobody, but there is that kind of what's the time there? So we've missed this one, I think. That's why we couldn't get into it. So we've got to wait. So we can do some more testing. So we haven't driven the LMP2s yet, and we need to drive around Bahrain in P2s. Kevin M, you're more patient. I think the problem is what do we all do with the current situation of early access, beta testing and how do we all, Lewis, Kevin, whoever else creates content, how do we present this so that people understand the form that it's in, and should we all be accepting early access and betas on such a wide scale and being presented? Should it go back to years ago when it was being dropped onto DVDs and CDs, where all of this is done out of the public eye, and then there's only them minor things that they missed during their closed beta sessions? What's the way forward? I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's definitely, especially after somebody confirming that AC2 is going to be beta. It's definitely something that the developers are hoping that we all become happy with, that it's going to be public testing and we're prepared to pay to be a part of that testing. And effectively that's what I've done today, but hopefully that anybody that you go and watch from this point on, whether it be me or anybody else out there that's creating content on this early access or beta for Rain Sport, for instance, that you take it that it is what it is, early access and beta, and we're trying to show you what to expect and what you're going to get for your money at this point in time. Kevin M, I didn't mind early access. I have no idea what's going on at the moment. Oh, yeah, another little hiccup by looks of it. There we go. So we're going to have a bit of a mixture. I didn't want I wanted that. Right. We got a problem with LMP2. So I having read all the information that I have had access to, and with my experience with Ren Sport and AMS2, expect this sort of thing to happen. So we're supposed to be picking a car and there's nothing to click on, but if we go back, it defaults back to the GTE. So if we go continue with the GTE, it's loading up the GT, but we've only got Aston Martin available. Why have we only got Aston Martin available? Am I missing something? Have I gone daft? We've got all different liveries for Aston Martin. So if we go back to the car class and go P2 and continue, we've got nothing. Why can't I drive a P2 around this track? So I'll mark this as something to look at later if I have time. Stu, pretty much every sim past and present is early access. You're right up until, but it's what percentage it is. When it was on CD and DVD, it was a lot more fleshed out than this. So I understand what you're saying, because there were still problems and you'd still get patches once you stuck your disc in the PC or console. There was always patches, I understand that. But look, I can't even drive. And now I've got somebody talking in Discord and they're having trouble with their wheel being connected. And they're running a Moser, if I remember, and the other person in Discord is also on a Moser and it detected his straight away. So it's defaulted back to the GTEs. Wonder if we can have a hypercar then. No, so you can't have a hypercar or a P2 around Bahrain. I've got an interesting one as well, guys, over on Discord. I've got I'm setting up a race weekend. Let me just go through it again. So I've clicked on race weekend. I've selected Bahrain. Click continue. It defaults to GTE. You can't have a hypercar or a P2. Only the GTEs are available for Bahrain. I don't know. I can click on them and select them, but when I can click continue, it doesn't show you a car. But when now I've got there's a funny delay thing going on between clicking things as well. No cars available. And when you go through to the event, all you've got is the Aston Martin. You can't select any other GTE either. Have you managed to set your wheel up? Oh, okay. Let me know how you get on, because you're both running Moser, aren't you? Oh, okay. Let me know how you get on. Sorry, don't say that again. No, I think I'm going to have to delve into that away from the stream to like test it properly, because it'll take too long to tweak each of the settings. Are you getting a similar thing where it goes silky smooth when you lock up and rotate? Yeah, it does. But the second you lose traction, it just goes silky smooth, doesn't it? Yeah, need to have a look at the force feedback. But again, it's an early access, so it's like not being able to select these cars. You don't kind of expect that to happen, but you're not surprised when it does happen. Yeah, when it's working, it's great. But I had a weird thing at Monza, not Monza, at Spa, where I was sitting in the garage and I went to click on setup and it did nothing apparently. So then I clicked go to circuit or drive, and then it kind of wet its pants, showed me a different screen altogether, but allowed me to drive out the circuit with the menu screen over the top. And then after about 20 seconds it showed the setup screen, and then it was like it was really delayed and bugged in the way it was showing you things. It was really out of sequence to what you had actually requested. So oh, have you? Was it a bug splat or a complete crash? Right, okay. So yeah, I mean, the other thing we got to remember is it's being hammered at the moment by everybody installing it and driving it, and so the servers are dealing with quite a lot at the moment. Not that I'm excusing what it's doing, but is that an indication of what it'll be like when if it becomes very popular? No, they are, but it's they're fixed. So basically it's LMU's own server races that they've set up. Right. Good. Are you getting, you know, when you get the loading screen for the track, are you getting flickering on your monitors? I'm getting really bad flicker here. It's almost like it's something to do with the percentage bar at the bottom right. As that starts updating, or the disk is busy in the background, you got a shimmer, well, a flicker effect across the whole screen. Right, I'll catch you up in a bit. Kevin M, AC2, I'll probably just join in. Yeah, well, AC2, I cannot not do that. It's potentially such a big kind of deal that I'm gonna. So I hovered on this. I wasn't gonna go early with this. I was gonna wait and see. But thank you to the generosity of Peter Smith. He put me in a position where I could. Stu, I know you need to reinstall Windows and do a chicken dance. Usually solves everything. I thought it was a rain dance, not a chicken dance. Lewis Bloom, no, when I loaded in and set up stuff, no flickering. They recommend VSync on at the moment. Oh, okay. Well, the menu screen has been dropping down. This loading screen has been dropping down to like 3 frames per second. When it rises to 25 frames per second, I'm not getting the flickering. I'm on 98%. Here we go. Lewis, are you tinkering with it at the moment, Lewis? I thought you had a meeting. Am I going to get you in trouble? Right, we're just doing practice again. And the only car we had available at Bahrain is the Aston Martin for some reason. There's some graininess in the force feedback at low speeds. Oh yes, I forgot you said you was having some food first. I wasn't checking up on you, by the way. The last time I drove this was in one of the Formula 1 games. I remembered it kind of. Been a long time. Nearly took my finger off that. I need a car to follow. Can't follow him, he's too quick. sweeping right-hander if I remember. I'm eating beans on toast before my meeting at 3. And of course I've got a cup of tea, of course. Of course you have. I've never been able to drink tea for some reason. I know you're all gonna, like, hate me for that, but hate me. I'm a black coffee kind of guy. That reminds me, I haven't had anything to eat yet. So distracted. So we've got somebody in Discord who's running a Moser and somebody else who's running a Logitech. The Logitech wasn't picked up straight away by the sounds. I think the Moser and so far my Fanatec CSLDD was picked up automatically. Right, that felt alright. I can cope with the one it just did there. That felt really nice. But that, see. And the person on the Moser also has the same force feedback feeling under slide conditions. Sounds like the Logitech guy has just got into the game. Right, I might wait for that car behind to come past. Oh. No, the Logitech person can't feel the slides either. So something for the devs to work on. No. Right, we'll wait for a car to come round. I might need another comfort brake at this rate. I need to turn the force feedback down a little bit more. Settings. Controls. Force feedback. We'll go down to 75. Steering tool. Shall we drop back that? Oh, don't change too much too soon. We'll leave that at 8. Let me just ask you, Darren. In the settings, controls, force feedback, you see steering torque capability. What have you got yours set at the moment? 5. So I don't know whether that actually means Newton meters or not. No. Right, I'll turn that down and I'll drop the force feedback down to 80% and see how we get on. Oh, we have got a car specific force feedback at the bottom. I didn't notice that the first time round. Let's try again. I'm getting a bit frustrated with the lack of feel during the slide. Let this Porsche come past and we'll follow him round. Got flat spotted tyres. Need to try the Porsche. So we couldn't select. I keep saying so. I do apologise. However, so we couldn't select the any of the LMP cars for this circuit. The only car that was available for me to select was these GTEs. However, we have got LMP cars on the track, so I'm not quite sure. I wish you guys would feel how silky smooth that is when it starts sliding. Get out of the way of these LMP boys. Anybody on Discord found if there's a radar at all? Yeah, I couldn't see it in the settings when I flipped through. I like the dust and particle effects and the sounds, and when you have got grip I do enjoy the force feedback. Yeah.
Lap 2, 10.70.
No, them slides are terrible. The way they're sliding is on par with Rennsport. It's almost like it uses a very similar coding as Rennsport for the force feedback. Yeah, absolutely. There's a faster car on the outside of me. They are. And them LMP cars come at you so fast. Can anybody on Discord try getting into... Oh, he's just hit me. No, very nice. Try getting into... oh my word. I'll get my words out. Bahrain. And see if you can... No, into like an offline race at Bahrain. And see if you can pick an LMP car. Cheers. Alright, Darren. See you later.
Time was a 2:07.09.
Right, force feedback is still a little bit high for this car. But at least you've got individual force feedback settings for the car. Just on the car. Yeah. Yeah. Right, I expected to go a bit dicey now because we've got rain falling and I think I'm still on slicks. That's weird how that's worked for you and not for me. Lewis. I've got a braking zone coming up, Lewis, so bear with me. I ran Panelab in RF2 mode. What you? Oh, I'm not running it at the moment, so that might be an option to look at. Hello. Look how hot the tyres have gone. Oh, sandwiched. Well, at least they dealt with me cleanly. Oh, they're having a wobble as well. Hi, Rafa. Oh, no, I couldn't feel it. Don't get me. No, I could. I felt that it went silky smooth, and I was on a slide, and it was too late by then. By the time you feel that silkiness, Lewis, it's not the only thing I'm running naked. Oh no. Right, I had FanLab issues in the past. However, I am prepared to load it up to see what it does. That's really strange, isn't it? I'll have to come out and try again. It might be need a restart of the game or something after the couple of hiccups it's had.
Lap 2:26.55.
Yeah. Rafa, does the game work? Right. Regarding physics and when the car's got grip, the force feedback is far more than acceptable. It's actually pretty good, as you would expect. However, in the current form that I've got, just running the Fanatec driver software and in-game settings pretty much at default, you cannot feel a slide. The only time you know that's happening is when the steering wheel takes over and lets you know something's happening. You can't feel any tyre vibration or texture. That's how you know you're in a full drift or a full slide, is it goes silky smooth, and that's not what happens in any car I've driven. You get texture, you get juddering, you get a vibration when it should be on by default, and it's in the graphics settings somewhere. No. Right, can we watch? Oh, we can watch. So if we put this on watch. You can watch some cars going around and look at the replay quality. Lewis, no pants, that's correct. That's why you can't see from the lower half. Right, I need another comfort break and I need to grab a very quick bite of something to eat. So, chat amongst yourselves, watch, enjoy what? That replay kind of stick back on itself. And I will be back very shortly. Car coming into the pit lane. Be careful, everybody. So, I keep saying so. But in the session, and we'll have a quick look, see how long we got before that online race. Kevin M. Pit entry signs are polished at least. Well, there's a lot that is polished. Like all the menus are presented really well. See, now we've got this weird delay going on. The weird delay when you click setup. It could be because I'm streaming. Let's get a task manager up and running, see what's going on. And let me just check on PC temps. So it's pushing the temps on the PC to kind of what they are with AMS2, so that's not too bad. We've had our max CPU of 57 degrees. And it's pushing the GPU really hard, so we might need to look at some of the graphic settings. We don't look too bad other than that, but we had this weird... So I've clicked on standings. See how long it takes to get back to the standings. There we go. And then if I go to live timing, clicked on it. There we go. So that feels very, very clunky. And if I click on setup, we're into the setup. You'd expect those changes to be quite... Car setup, clicked. And I got flickering on the screen as well. Come on, you can do it. There we go. So that was quite a delay, that was. Water radiator cover, no tape. I've clicked on it. Maybe it's not available yet. Is it available? Is it not available? Nothing happening. Killer Cantaloupe, what have I missed? Right, what you've missed so far, in a nutshell, is it was quick to get into a race. The force feedback is what you'd expect because it's the cousin of... There we go, it's just updated. The cousin of RF2. However, there's this... I need to drive RF2 to see if it drives the same for me. Just running the Fanatec driver on my CSL DD 8 Newton meter, when you go into a skid or a rotation, it goes silky smooth. You got no information it's happening. All you get is a counter steer by the car to let you know that you're going into a rotation. When you lock up at the end of a long straight, etc., there's no indication you've locked up. Straight after that, you get massive flat spotting. That's kind of spoiling the racing aspect for me. Anywhere where you've got grip and high-speed corners and curbing, undulation, you feel the body roll, you feel the compressions, you feel the curbing. It feels at the moment very, very, very similar force feedback to Rennsport. It's remarkably similar. In fact, my suspicion is they're running a very almost identical force feedback. I can't remember the fuss that was made over Rennsport. Then they came out and said what they were using. I can't remember if it is part of... I think it is, isn't it? I think it's the same force feedback. I'd have to go back and look. But at the moment it feels... And that's my biggest problem with Rennsport, is everywhere the force feedback is more than good enough, except for very little texture on the road surface, and when you go into a slide, you got no indication, you got no audio indication, you got no... It's really hard to explain. It just goes buttery smooth, and that just doesn't happen. It just doesn't. I'll argue with anybody. I'm glad to sit in any car with anybody who wants to say that's how a car feels when it goes into a slide, because it doesn't. And at the moment in the current build, there's been a few hiccups regarding switching menus. So if I click on tyre management, I've clicked on it. It will eventually go to the tyre management screen. There we go. So there's those, but it's early access, effectively beta testing. So if I click on exit, will it... So I've clicked on the top left, there's a little arrow that exits back out. You can't see it because of my top bar. Florence, hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome along. Thank you for subscribing. Are you here just for Le Mans Ultimate? Is that what you've joined us? Or if you clicked on another video and decided to join? There we go, there's the exit. So there's quite a large gap between clicking on certain things. The game is just a bit... Yes, in its current state, it definitely is. Whereabouts in the world are you, Florent? A country will do. You don't have to. You don't have to tell us your location. You work in autosport and love RF2, but LMU. It's got so much potential. But there's once they start ironing these things out and getting all the feedback that they're looking for, and that's the key thing. If you venture into this now, and I think it's important that anybody who's live streaming this at the moment or creating any content, it's our responsibility before you go and spend your money to be very clear what this is. It's in a far more advanced state than Rensport regarding lots of things, like the options and everything. Strasbourg, excellent. I'm disappointed about the FFB, the graphics, etc. Yeah, the graphics I'm quite happy with. They in some places they don't quite look as good as they did in some of the screen grabs that we've been shown. However, I'm happy with that. It's like RF2 plus. Yep, that's a very good description, Florent. I have issues, and I'm going to say again, in its current state, exactly the same as Rensport, is when you lock up, you slide smooth. And I've just read one of the next comments. And when you rotate, it goes buttery smooth. If Rensport and Le Mans Ultimate can deal with some kind of texture information during a slide or in a skid, we'll be on the way there. The only thing I haven't tried that somebody pointed out is that I need to boot up the Fanalab alongside the Fanatec driver and see if that draws more detail out, which it may well do, but I've had issues with Fanalab in the past, so I do avoid it. Florent, okay, and the VR. No VR currently, and we are still very early doors. In the settings, there is an option for... Let's just jump in. Oh, wrong one. There is a option, if I can find it. Multi-view for triple screens, but it's greyed out at the moment. However, you can force it to wrap. So whether people have been using NVIDIA Surround or a third-party piece of software, like Dan Suzuki uses a piece of software, Raccoon, I think it is, to do wrap round. So it can be done. VR, I haven't heard anybody speak of it working in VR yet, or I dare say by the end of the day somebody will say, I've got it, it works in VR, and then I've forced it to work in VR. But there's a lot of potential in this. Exactly the same as Rensport. It kind of puts Rensport in an interesting position as well. Because if this force feedback is driving the same as Rensport, which I believe it is, I think I've got a gut feeling it's the same force feedback under the hood. Florent, in VR, RF2 is fine. Yeah, and it's just a matter of time. But it is, like I say, I keep jumping around. It's our responsibility showing you guys to remind you that this is effectively a beta. It's quite an advanced beta, but it is still beta. And if you do venture down this, you really need to highlight things and get onto the forums, into Discord. That's where their main data gathering is for errors and bugs, etc. So get into their Discord. What I should do is let me just click on it. Can I invite from there? Right, what I'll do is I will throw in the description Thank you so much for all the likes, by the way. I will throw into the description down below, just underneath my Discord, I will put the Discord for LMU. Bear with me. Can't talk and type at the same time. You know I can't. Regulars will know. Right, there you go. It should be live now. There's a link down below to the Le Mans Ultimate Discord. Go and check that out. So, I wanted to I keep saying so. Ian, is there race line settings for beginners? There is indeed. Can we get into one of these online races? And yep, Slow, yep, there's lots of assists. Thank you, Slow, for that. Right. Can I get in? Can I get in? Can I get in? Quick, quick, quick. I want to drive the Porsche. That's a Ferrari. That's a Porsche. Join quick. Oh, no, we didn't quite get there in time. Oh, what a shame. I wanted to jump into the... useless. Florence, sorry, I didn't hear your answer. I'm at work. Yeah, so basically VR's on the way. And I dare say later today somebody will have found a way of forcing it into VR. So just keep an eye on your favourite YouTubers. So we've got quite a long way. Let's just go back and check that. See, these menu things are working okay here. But in other places they're not scheduled. Right, what have we got next? 4:45. That's quite a long wait for that one. Right, is there a weekly race we can jump into? GT Enduro. Oh, we can't get into that because of the date. The 23rd. Opens tomorrow at 1:30 in the morning, so we can't get into that one either. Special events. So these are all events that Le Mans Ultimate are running. 24th of February. So a lot of these events you can't even get into at the moment. You can join the practice servers. Is there any? Can we jump in? I wanted to try the Porsche. I haven't driven the Porsche yet. What's going on? What's it going? Oh, yes. So we had that delay, click, and then a big delay as to what it was going to do. Let me just check something while we're waiting for that to load. So, whilst we're waiting for this to load, is there anything you want to know or want me to look at within the game whilst you're watching? Len's back in the house. Hi Len, how you doing? Oh, the game's gone. We've had our first crash. Guess what, Peter, if you're listening? Oh, you're not listening. what did you miss? Well, you didn't miss the first crash I've had from the game. Killer, are we still doing the usual around 4 o'clock? It might be a little bit later, but yes, we'll do some AMS too, I think, unless you want to do some of this. If we do some more Le Mans, we won't be able to do any lobbies because it's not ready to go yet. So what we need to do is we need to go back to Steam and see if we can get it to boot up again. Len, my simple answer to that is depends what you're expecting. If you want to join in the development and bug reporting, I give myself the giggles there. If you understand that it is fairly advanced beta and they're looking for serious feedback and bug reporting, and you want to kind of lock into that level of expenditure now, because it will go up in price as we get nearer full public release, and you understand that from the outset, and you're going to understand the frustrations you're going to get, then yes, spend the money. If you're looking for a game to get into that's like gonna just be a smooth sail, then I wouldn't just yet. I'd wait for other people like myself to do the testing and the playing with it and reporting bugs back. We've had 2 other people in Discord chat. We had Darren Whitehouse and Peter Smith, who both have had issues with crashing, and Peter was having issues getting his wheel detected, Logitech wheel. Darren had no problems with his Moser. I had no problems with my Fanatec. Fanatec, it detected everything. But if you understand you're going to have to tweak and mess and put up with the odd crash and the odd hiccup, then yes, go for it. However, my feeling of this at the moment is Rain Sport is here in their development, and this is here, and then everything else is way above. And I'm pretty convinced, I can't remember exactly the details, but I'm pretty convinced they're running the same force feedback coding, basic coding. So it handles very, very similar in the force feedback to Rain Sport at the moment. So what I want to do next is, where do we want to go? I want a track I'm familiar with. We'll go to Spa. We haven't done Spa yet. I want the GTE and I want the Porsche. I haven't driven the Porsche yet. This is how far we got the last time. And I want to set it to... Oh, no. I wanted to set it to... road timescale, that's fine. Preset we have on medium. Timescale. Let's see where we can push this to. Can we go is it 60 times? Nope. See what that does. See if we can get some kind of day-night cycle on the go during this practice session. Does that answer your question, Len? And obviously the loading times are what you'd expect from our Factor 2 engine. Len, I'm definitely going to check it out. Studio 397 knows how to make a good racing game. It just needs time in the oven. Also, a lot of report bugging. You helped me there. Yeah, and that's why I explained it the way I did. Really, if you haven't got much time to give the feedback, then you may want to just wait for it to get fleshed out and baked in the oven, as you put it. But if you are somebody who likes to give feedback, constructive feedback, then it's going to be worth locking in at the price it's at the moment. Here we go. And we'll do some AMS2 later on. Right, it's partially dark already. We're going to start driving now to see what happens. See, this bit here, all the car and everything looks really good. But you'd expect, looking at other tiles that we've got around at the moment, that Marshall or mechanic to look better. We've got a bit of a frame rate hit at the moment. Is it to do with the headlights on the car? So hello, coming through. Got no patience, sir. So we got some ambiance in the cockpit. Oh, hello, cold tyres, everybody, cold tyres. Oh, yikes. That looks quite nice, I must admit. It's put a smile on my face. I need to dial down the force feedback for the car. Oh! And I haven't got mirrors on at the moment. I thought I had them on earlier. So we've exaggerated the time to 60 times. And I wanted to see the nighttime effects. Is this cockpit ambient lighting a little bit too much, do we think? Porsche's not bad. Oh. Oh. Lost game sound. Oh no. It's because I had to restart the tile and it's dropped it, I suppose. Let's just park it there and look at the particle effects. They were good. We'll just park it and scare everybody as they come round there. Right, let's see if we can get this sound working. Why has it done that? Right, you should have it now. Is it too loud for you now? Just drop it back a little bit. Oh. Peter Smith, I can make a brew in the time it takes to load. Oh, big frame drop there. Laurie, just waiting for it to download. Let's try and get this lap done. Eddie, hello, how are you? that. Stop that there. Let's go and change the force feedback. Way too heavy. Come on. Thank you. Clicked already. Is it going to switch to force feedback? Oh, there we go. And we've got car specific force feedback. So I've just clicked it about 8 times. Eddie, tired, home from work. Yeah. I've just clicked it about another 5 times. There's some bottlenecking going on somewhere. Something we need to report. A little bit more. That was 7 clicks to get us down to 80%. And come about 11 o'clock tonight, it'd be interesting to see how this runs, or very early tomorrow morning, it'd be interesting to see how it runs, to see whether all these kind of glitches are being affected by the volume of people trying to get onto this. Don't forget, it's in the UK, we got a lot of school children getting home. They'll be jumping on and trying to download. I did do it, I missed it. Right, click to go back to the driving. The reason I'm showing you my hands is because I've already clicked and I'm waiting for things to happen. There we go. And resume. Right, oh, okay. I do like the ambient lighting. Ambiance. Bit of ambiance. Coming through, Mr. Corvette, Oh. Them cold brakes snagged. Yeah, it's relatively small. Hello, I've got a car next to me. It's just shoving me out of the way. There's no radar at the moment. I really hope they implement a radar. Yep, there we go. Kind of felt it on the way. But it's only because as soon as you feel butter, that's when you know you're having an incident. In one of the races, the first race that we did at Le Mans in the Ferrari, even the AI were having a real mare. They were slithering and tank slapping all over the place. You gotta have cat-like reactions, and I haven't got them. Whoa, hello, it's doing it again. The tyres are cold. See, I'd expect the graphics to be better than that glowing Ferrari ahead. Oh, we had a funny hit on the curb. So the Ferrari was really late on the brakes. See, that suspension and physics going into that bump felt good. You got the bobbly front end that the Porsches tend to have anyway. Should be coming into daylight any minute now. Well, it's encouraging. I'm keeping up with the Ferrari. Famous last words. Commentators curse. All that. Get out the gravel. Rafa! So, Matt, what score do you give LMU so far? Has it any future? It definitely has a future. Absolutely has a future. Apart from the obvious little bugs and gremlins that we've experienced so far and the one crash, it's far more fleshed out than Rain Sport. If you're prepared to get involved with feeding information back to Studio 397 through the Discord channel, link down below, then it's worth spending the money now and getting involved with that if that's the sort of thing you enjoy. And there's a lot of people out there that do enjoy doing that. If you're expecting a solid game experience from this early access, you may get frustrated like a few people have, from what I've heard. I was letting you past and you're still running to me. And there's an AI issue. I purposely didn't turn in where I normally turn in, so he could go up the inside of me, and he still clobbered me. Ha! So in its current form, I would give oh my word, I'd give my driving a 1 out of 10. LMU out of 10, I give the graphics, I put it up there with like a 7 or an 8. The physics, I would give it yeah, I give that probably a good 7 to an 8. The force feedback, right, we have to separate the force feedback, unfortunately. I know it's all one thing, but in this case, it's for you to understand, the force feedback I would give in this circumstance where I've got grip and I'm pushing the car, I would put it up there with a 7 to 8 again. When the car is lacking grip either in a lock-up or a slide, I would only give this a 2. And that's because the force feedback gives you the information to counter-steer, but the force feedback doesn't give you the granularity that you need to know that it's on the way. And even if they made the slides more progressive, that wouldn't stop the issue of, once you've sensed you're on butter, like now, understeer, locking up, and the back end having a wiggle, once you feel butter, that's why it's only getting a 2. So, it's just... You've got the steering rack and the tyres pulling the steering wheel as it should, but there's literally zero texture as the tyres bobble across the tarmac or skip across the tarmac. That's the only way I can explain it. and it's exactly the same as Rain Sport, but Rain Sport isn't as consistent through car to car as this is, but it's got a very similar feel. I need to go back through the chat. Right, what we'll do is we'll do an elegant park up here. And the information's there. I know it is, because you can feel the curbs and you can feel this, that and the other. So we'll park up here and we'll see them coming down the Camel Straight while I catch up with chat. Older Drive, well, I think it has... it reminds me of the early release of ACC. Yeah, to a degree, but for me, this force feedback is more in line with what I enjoy, where there's a kind of sharpness to the detail. So when you're going over the rumble strips, you've got a nice clear clarity to the rumbles, and you got a nice weight when you're turning in. So I put it from that aspect, I put it above AC in the early days. But when it comes to slip, even AC didn't have this absolute buttery feel to a slide. Eddie, maybe looking your NVIDIA or AMD screen, they will tell you something where the game is lagging. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Thank you, Len. It sounds really good so far. Yeah, there's so many positives, but of course, you got to remember, in early access or beta testing, you are looking for the negatives. So I'm the kind of person that takes all of the positives from a situation or a thing, then looks at the negatives and says, can I cope with that negative? Is it a deal breaker? At the moment, I am struggling to race. I can do laps, but I'm struggling to race because I haven't got that feel of the car and the initial point of rotation, or over rotation I should say, or slide. But you can see these cars wiggling into this corner under braking. But it's got so much. It's exactly what I said with Rain Sport when I did the unboxing of Rain Sport. It's got so much potential. They just need these basics. The other problem as well in this, if we go to the sounds, settings, sounds, this is it at the moment, and you've got no option to alter the road sound or the tyre sound, and that would help towards offsetting this butteriness of a slide. If you could hear that the tyres were on the way. Don't forget, sitting here in a stiff aluminium rig, and it's not on it's not a motion rig, you've got no feel as to the car starting to lose grip. Florence, you're back. Don't apologise, Florence. You've got to do other things. I completely appreciate it, but I also appreciate the fact that you've come back and said hi. Florence, as far as I'm concerned, there's something wrong with force feedback. The car floats like a boat. Yeah, it's that road texture, and I think I said it very early on in the stream that you get into, apart from like a Rolls Royce or a Bentley, you get into any kind of average car. It doesn't have to be a race car, but I'll come back to that. If you get in any average road car, with modern road car with power assisted steering, you still get a road vibration through the steering wheel. Even something like a Tesla, like the Cybertruck, is steer by wire, so there's no physical connection between the steering wheel in a Cybertruck and the tyres. It's all done wirelessly, but because of the car moving, you will still get a certain amount of vibration through the steering wheel. And coming back to a race car or a fast road car of any sort, where the suspension is being tweaked and played with, there's a stiffness to it, which means you get to feel a lot through the steering wheel as well as your backside in a real race car. even on dirt tracks and stuff like that, where sometimes it's even more important. Rafa, sadly I can't give any feedback because I don't have the game. The price seems decent, but spend the money. Yeah. And I think at the moment, Rafa, that decision is correct for you. I know I've been there myself. I've seen things come out and go, oh, I wish I could afford that. But that's why I feel an obligation to be very honest with you guys. And from my point of view, and from what you've seen from my live streams and my videos in the past, my feeling is if you, one, you can afford it, two, you are going to give feedback to the developers, then it makes sense jumping on board now. For everybody else, I think it's worth waiting. That's my honest opinion. And as like Rensport, I had in my mind that I would be doing updates probably once a month, once every 2 months. But the updates on Rensport have been so slow to filter through, and the changes, and then the changes they've brought haven't quite addressed some of the issues that should have been addressed. I've not been inspired or interested enough to generate content on, which is really frustrating because it has the same amount of potential that this has. And again, with this, depending on the progress of the updates, depends on what I say about it and when I talk about it. Because at the end of the day, if I'm going to invest 2 days, 3 days in creating content, editing it, and then putting it out for you guys, it's got to be worth doing. It's not no point me just recording a race and then just talking over the top, and there's no value to it. It has to be some substance to it. But maybe I'll find a challenge, a bit like the 3-lap challenge in AMS2. Maybe I'll find a challenge linked with this that I can put out to you guys and throw out there. But again, that can't happen until it becomes publicly available on a wider scale. Florent, okay, but the force feedback sometimes gives you the impression that you're not getting any information. Exactly, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. And it's so obvious to me what your comment applies to is when you lock up and skid, or when the car goes into a slide. Your sentence there, Florent, is exactly what I'm trying to explain. Especially when cornering, you followed that up, yeah. Kevin M, I'm left asking why, when a car spins, I get so frustrated. If I'm left, yeah. And at the moment, you can see in some of the earlier footage of me driving where I think I've got it sussed, and then I go into a slide and go, well, I didn't see that coming. And normally, once you've done a few laps in a car, when you've got a decent amount of experience, I've got nearly, 3,000 hours in AMS2, you kind of pick things up within like 5 or 6 laps. I'm not saying you're going to be really quick, but you kind of go, okay, I know how this car is going to behave. Florent, there's something weird about the game that I can't describe. Yeah, well, I've tried to describe it the best I can. I'm glad it's finally out, but we're in a really big beta here. Yep, you're kind of echoing what I've been saying. Florent, okay, okay, I didn't understand why. Thank you for your explanation. Hopefully it comes across, Florent. On the other hand, I'm into motorsport and I find the behaviour of the cars very strange at times at high speed, in bends and during braking phases. Yeah, that is a problem. Older Drive, you're in chat. Okay, I'll come and say hello. Sorry, Pete. I'm slowly catching up with chat. Florent, in any case, once finished, I think I will be a real iRacing killer. I also have AMS2, but for me, it's arcade. Nothing to do with LMU. Yeah, AMS2 is one of those contentious, polarizing subjects. However, with the latest updates, it is so close to the cars that I've driven in real life. It is so close to how they feel to me with my setup. But I've got a video coming out soon to do with that. Right, let's say hello to Discord. Hi, Discord. Yeah, I've just caught up with chat. There's been a lot. Yes, he had a thumb tweak. But what about the driving? Florent, this is where I very respectfully disagree with the FFB. Running, if I could get you to sit here and drive AMS2, I pretty much guarantee you wouldn't say those two comments there. Road holding has changed a lot. It's still a little bit too slidey. But if you sat in my setup, AMS2 with my custom force feedback and my rim as it is, wheelbase as it is now, I can pretty much guarantee you wouldn't say that. Florent, for me it's a great way to enjoy racing, but RF2 is still a simulation. Okay, same me. I wish I could. I've said it a few times on different live streams. I wish I could get people to sit in the way I've got mine. But the problem is even when I put the video out, which is probably going to be next week to do with my force feedback settings, finally, I think you'd be surprised, and many people would be surprised. but this is, it's so nice, Florent, that we can have this conversation, isn't it? You're coming from your setup, where I guarantee that when I do release the video and somebody got identical wheelbase at 8 meter CSLDD, they say, I don't know what you're talking about. And again, it's so subjective to the individual. Kevin M. Florent walks into a Western bar and says, hates country music. And again, that's why I'm not really heavily down on this at the moment. But looking at the settings that are available, I don't think I'm going to be able to find the information and detail on that sputtery feel when the back breaks away or you start locking up and sliding. Eddie, I thought this game is RF2 in the basics, so I don't get why it's so buggy. Should have so much experience with RF2. I'm gonna wait before. Eddie, again, if you're not planning to give feedback and feedback into the Studio 397 to help them develop it, which I don't say anybody should, then don't spend your money just yet. Pay the little bit extra once it gets developed a bit more. But let people like myself and others who really enjoy that side of things and going, I found this. Do you know it does this? Do you know it does that? Could I do it with AMS2 and I do it with Rain Sport? So I'll do it the same again with this with time. If I have time, I should say. Kevin M, but Florent shares thoughts of lots of others. Fair, yeah, absolutely. But again, it's like so many titles. I know that I can make RF2 feel so much better for me if I invest a whole day tweaking the force feedback. And again with this, I'm sure I can make it feel a lot better after spending 3 hours, 4 hours tweaking the force feedback to how I like it. I was really looking forward to this title. No, I completely understand that, Florence. No. This channel, we don't kind of... We're not negative from the point of view of being negative and wanting to see something fail. My brain is into, why is it doing this? Does this fail compared to me driving Formula Ford in the past, me driving a race-prepared Peugeot 106, me driving my Caterham that I own, me driving a full race spec dirt oval Vauxhall Chevette, a classic Mini on the tarmac and on the dirt, and where are the gaps? Where does it not quite feel right? That's where I come from. So yeah, it's. Sorry, I'm half listening to a conversation in Discord. Got distracted. So when I'm pretty confident saying 99% of the community on this channel are interested in seeing every game or title or sim title progress and deliver us so much. We're so spoiled. There's not enough hours in the day, is there, ultimately? Even me, when this is my full-time thing, there's not enough hours in the day for me to sample everything throughout the day. And certain titles scratch certain itches for different people, don't they? And once you get... It's like me, I've settled on a sweet spot in AMS2, and it makes it so easy to do live streams that we'll be doing a bit later, to set up an online lobby, and we can all go and have a bit of fun. And then I have the more serious nights, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, where we do championship racing. And we have a whale of a time. And we just want to see different titles do the same, really. Not cracking yeah, I've not gone down the iRacing route yet. I'm not saying it won't happen, but at the moment I'm not financially in a position to do that. So let me just jump in with Discord. They're having lots of conversation at the moment. Right, shall we do some more rotation in the way that we mean to do it? But there's so much of this that is nice. I mean, it's like hang on, if we park up, we got the flag warning up on the top left there, and we got the ambience in there. I can't think of any. Is there another title that has the ambient lighting within the GTE cars? See that slide coming. I know we're on cold tyres, but you should have a bit more warning than that somehow. But the best car I've driven so far, I think, for me is quite even between the Ferrari and this Porsche. I couldn't get on with the Peugeot LMP car for some reason. I really struggled with that. But again, it's practice, isn't it, at the end of the day? Whoa! But if I've practiced this for a championship race in its current form and put the hours in like I do for other championships, I would be able to drive this to a better degree than I am at the moment. Because you do have to learn what each car does under lift off, oversteer, etc., understeer. Got a major flat spot now on the front. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Oh, we had a major stutter there. Oh. In any case, the facelift of the cars is really not bad, and the interiors are really successful. Yeah, this is lovely. Imagine if you got some ambient lighting above your rig and then mimics what was on there. It felt really nice. Florent, have to go. See you soon, maybe again. Yeah, that'd be great. Anytime. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday, normally from 4 o'clock UK time. Thought I'd get out of the way of him because I wasn't getting around any other way. Have a great rest of your day, Florent. Thank you so much for chatting. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, Ian joined on last Thursday, I think. No worries, Florent. No catching it. Right, any other questions in YouTube chat? Because I need to end this stream so I can get ready for the next one. Can't get off the grass. There's no feel on the grass whatsoever. That's one thing I should have tried, actually, thinking about it. How good is the grass, or how bad is the grass if you crash? No. Grass is rubbish. And there's no feel at all on the grass. There's no texture. There's no information. There's not even a... Is there a feel of the... Yeah, you can kind of feel the bumps. But there's nothing else. Let's just click over it. Yeah, I'm just about to wrap this stream up now. And then I need to go and get ready for tonight. Lots of potential. Lots of potential. Force feedback is terrible when you lose grip. It's on the same level as Rain Sport. It uses the same coding, I think, as Rain Sport. Yeah, I thought it did. Was it Race Room or RF2? But in its current state, with my setup, Rain Sport and this feel identical. The same thing happens when you lock up. You get buttery smoothness, and when you rotate and lose the rear end, it goes buttery smooth. On my setup, on both, it feels identical. And it has exactly the same problem when you go off onto the grass. I've just tested it on the grass, and you can feel the bumps, but it's just like when the back starts spinning, it's just smooth and buttery and no texture at all, which is literally identical to Rain Sport on my setup. Yeah, it's down to that's down to the driver, that is. Yeah, the Ferrari is good. I've lowered it in the overall game force feedback, and then I've lowered it per car. Yeah, I can feel all the curbs. It's, out of interest, have you got like stability control turned off or on? Game options, settings and gameplay. So settings, difficult, gameplay. Yeah, that's right.
That time was a 2:49.93.
Yes. Oh, which one? This is 1-to-1 at the moment. Yeah. Yep. So my issue is like, I don't know whether you're watching the stream now, is the second I get into an understeer situation, like there's a tiny bit there, it just goes butterly smooth. No. And it's exactly the same. Darren said the same, Peter said the same, and there's a guy from France who's just been in chat who's reported exactly the same as well. But I'm in the Porsche GT at the moment. Yeah. Maybe, I'm not sure. I haven't tried it. But yeah, it'd be the same then. Yeah. No. But it's that second you lose grip, it just goes like butter. So yeah. No, like I say, the physics, and I can feel how flat spotted my tyres are from the spin I had. The physics, and whilst you've got grip, the braking and everything is superb, and the curbs are superb, and the weight of the car is superb, and the automatic counter steer that you get on a car when it does slide are all top notch. I gave it an 8, but it's the second the tyres lose traction, either in a straight line because of a lock-up or start sliding because of a tank slapper, it just literally goes silky smooth. You've still got the weight of the steering, but it's like now, driving in straight line, I can feel the flat spot and I can feel the texture of the road, and then I can feel the compression going through Eau Rouge and Radeon, and the curbs again, coming on and off the curbs. If I dip a tyre on the grass, tiny bit of texture on the grass. Oh yeah, absolutely. But this is what I was just trying to explain to viewers of the channel, is if you're thinking of spending the money, you got to see it for what it is that you need. If you are going to get involved, you do really need to get involved and give the feedback. And my follow-up to that, Ian, is if you can afford it, then absolutely do it. Yeah. But I think... Yeah. But I think we can have some great racing. Yeah. It doesn't look like it. Hang on a sec, let me aggravate it. It was flashing though. See, it's flashing on the dash. Or is that the stability? Slippy air, because it's the Porsche, isn't it? Let's just do a standing start. I'll park in the most dangerous place I can. Oh. Yeah. I mean, it's like the particle effects with that Porsche going offline. the dust and the particles and the effect that you had. But it's like there, I have no idea what's going on with the amount of grip going into that corner. I can't judge whether I'm supposed to be coming on or off the brakes. Because you're greedy. But there, somebody's mentioned in YouTube chat that a few people have reported exactly the same, and Nils has kind of demanded his money back already. Yeah. Gamer Muscles kind of... I haven't quite got the gist of Gamer Muscles' comments yet, but something similar. I know. But literally... Alright, mate. But literally everything else I can live with. It's just that if I can't tell when to be on or off the brake as I slide or drift. So that snap. Yeah. Oh, hello. Crix, hello. Darren, how you getting on with lock? I've not been able to suss it yet, and we're having an interesting conversation with Matt B and Petrolhead, and they're saying they're not experiencing what I'm experiencing. And Pete is on Fanatic, and Matt B is on Simicube. Cody, hey Matt, how are you doing? Going to be switched to AMS2 at all today? Yes, I do want to. I want to race with all you wonderful subscribers and supporters. So yes, we will do. Crix, hello. I'm downloading it right now. How does it feel so far? You've got to understand that it is. It is beta, and the AI are interesting. But I'm having a particular issue, along with a few others, where the second you go into a lockup, you can't feel anything, it just goes buttery smooth. And the second the car goes into a rotation, it's so buttery smooth, you have no way of judging whether you should be back on the power or not. So you go into an instant spin. But other people in Discord are saying they're not having that. There's 2 people said that they're not experiencing the same thing. However, the AI have been driving as if they're struggling for grip as well. But graphically, it's up there. It's a 7 or 8. Physics, it's a 7 or 8. The sounds are an 8 or a 9. We've got a nice ambience in the cabin. I've got a massive flat spot. So this has got massive potential, but accept it for what it is. Early access. And please, 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 if you find anything at all, feed it back into LNU Studio 397. Let them know what you found. Show them pictures or video if you possibly can. It's so important. Frame rates have been really good until we had a really crammed grid. AI like to run into you, like just there's more than enough room for him to get past me, and he'd run into me. Oh my word, the flat spot on this. Yeah, exactly that, Crikes. But I think you'll agree, it looks really nice. It's very convincing. We did have one crash where the game just shut without me even realising. I was looking away, looked back, and it's like, okay, where's that gone? It picked up my wheel straight away out the box, didn't have to mess with anything to make it work. It was a little bit heavy, and there is one problem with I had with Bahrain. I only had the GTEs available to me, but other people in Discord had other cars available to them, so a weird little glitch there. So there you go. I need to end this stream so we can get ready for the next one. We're going to do Automobilista 2 in about an hour. Ooh. So, the final verdict after spending a few hours is definitely getting on board if you can afford it. If you can't afford it and you're on the fence and you're not keen to be a part of the development of it, then wait a few months or a few weeks, whatever it might be, and pay the little bit extra. However, I think if you do get on board with it now and you can afford it and you see it as good value, I don't think you'll be that disappointed, but you will have to understand that it's early release, it is beta, and there are going to be hiccups. And what I'd like to say is I'll catch you again in about an hour's time. We'll be a little bit late with the AMS2 by the looks of it, but that's not a problem. We've had fun and games with Le Mans. And as always, take care of yourself so you can take care of those around you. And until an hour's time, let's be careful out there. I'll see you soon.